Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me on this? All right. Am I going out to everywhere yet or no? So should this green light be on cough? Okay. Should this green light be on cough and the talkback not lit? When I just can't remember when I know I'm on or. Okay, so that's on. Right. Through the cough, right? Can you hear me now? Okay. So the cough I'm on to you through the green, but then the what about the other side? Or is that the side I'm going out on? Because I thought one of them was only to you. All right. Let me try that. Okay.
Yep. There's that for you. Grab your iPad. Yeah, I got you here. Can you hear me? Okay. Where the what? Okay, sure. I'm going to give you these two. Thank you. Which poles do you want me between? Is it where I was? Here, okay. Hey, David. I'm going to tilt that monitor. I probably can't see it anyways, but... Can you just tell me what the temperature is on the graphic? Current temperature, just so I know that. 83, okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to take one of my ear things out because it's not working, so I just got you on my left. Welcome in to 100 years of Ellis Park. It is opening day here, 2022. I am Megan Devine, going to be your paddock analyst and simulcast host for the 2022 season. Also, of course, have Jimmy McNerney in the booth, who we'll hear from in just a little bit. But boy, are we excited to bring you a day of live racing today. We've got 8 races on card, plenty to offer on both the dirt and also the turf. Here at Ellis Park, we've got some great horses, including our young horse program with the 2-year-olds and the maiden special weight races that we have to offer. Plenty of wagering options as well. Of course, we'll start the day off with the early pick 4. I'll have a ticket for you on that. The late pick 4 later in the day. The pick 5 with a takeout lowered to 15%, friendly for our horse players. And this year, brand new, we have the $3 base wager, which is an all-turf pick 3, and that starts in race number 4. We'll keep you updated, of course, on all of that. But the weather today, we do want to mention, it is a hot one out here at Ellis Park. So something to keep an eye on when you're watching these horses in the paddock. Right now, the temperature 83 degrees, the heat index just a little bit higher, and the weather forecast calling for scattered thunderstorms throughout the day. I'll keep you updated to see if some of these horses are handling the heat well, if there's some lather on their neck, between their legs, some things you might want to note if you're following along in your paddock notes. But it's not just my voice that you'll hear today. You also hear from the famous Jimmy McNerney up there in the booth. He'll be helping me out with handicapping and also, of course, calling the races. Starting off the day here, race number 1 will be coming up for you. First post at Ellis Park for the summer will be 12:50 p.m. Central Time. We start off with a maiden claiming race for $10,000. That's going to be 5.5 furlongs on the beautiful turf course here. And it is the start of that 50-cent pick 4 as well. As I mentioned, in my opinion, there's 2 horses that I'm focusing on, and that'll be the 6, who is the heavy morning line favorite at 3-5, Mr. Cunningham, for Mike Maker and Joe Talamo, coming in off of a little bit of a freshening. And then the 7 horse, Triple Chrome, for trainer Brittany Vandenberg, who's winning at 20% this year. A younger trainer who's really done a great job with her horses. Chris Amy aboard for that ride. In race number 2, we will have a mile race. Now, the mile races here at Ellis Park comes out of the chute, so it's really kind of a turn and a half. An interesting course that we have, and you can see that, of course, in your program. But a competitive race, a starter allowance for $10,000. Pick 3 wagering offered there for you, as well as a few other options. My top selection, I ended up going with the 5. Do note that there's a scratch of the 1A in that field, so the coupled entry, coupled no longer, the 1 stays in. But Thirsty Betrayal for Matt Schreer is going to be my top pick, with Joe Talamo aboard. This horse has already had a start at Ellis Park. I like that local experience. Finished second in that effort and hopefully can improve today. I am going to use a few horses, though, in my ticket, which you'll see later on in the show as we preview those races. But I thought the 5, 2, and the 1 would be my top selections. Thought about maybe adding the 6 to the 3 for some value, but again, we'll get to that race during the pre-race show. Do note the 6 horse in there is a filly in against the boys, but she's already won against a male counterpart, so maybe today will be her day as well. Race number 3, we have an allowance race for you, $51,000 on the line. Non-winners of 2 races in their lifetime, 6 furlongs the distance on the fast track. I like the Asmussen horses in here. He's got 2 of them, Mean Jakey being the 4 at 9 to 2, coming out of a tough allowance company, optional claiming for $80,000, where this horse was a long shot. I expect to see a bit more speed here today against this particular field, and hoping that the Violence Colt can get back to some better ways here. The 3 horse Respect the Code for Peter Miller also seems to do some of his best running on the front end. This horse has some very good bloodlines as well. The dam, Anaba's Creation, was actually second in the Grade 1 Del Mar Clement Hirsch, of course beaten ahead by the famous Zenyatta in there. So some nice bloodlines for you. The 6 horse as well, Master of Arms for Ron Moquette. First off of the claim, Ron Moquette wins at 21%, so certainly that horse seems like a logical one to include. Moving along to race number 4, halfway through the card here for opening day, we get back to those maiden special weight races, 1 mile on the turf course. And do note that this is the start of the 50-cent pick 5 wager. Again, that takeout lowered to 15% here, friendly for our horse players. And also the start of the $3 all turf pick 3. For me, 3 selections, including the 7, 6, and the 4. But the 7, Spring Magic, they're taking the blinkers back off here today. Seemed to be a little bit of a failed experiment last time, as this horse didn't run as well at Indiana. But I've got all the confidence in the world there with trainer Brendan Walsh, who I think is an excellent horseman, and in fact wins that 18% when taking the blinkers off. Jimmy Graham aboard for the ride. Now you do have the 6 horse in here, Highly Devoted. Since August, there we go, back up. Coming off of a layoff here, getting Lasix for the first time. The 3-year-old daughter of Unified has had quite some time from her first start until now, but certainly seems to be one that the morning line thought would do well. 7 to 5 right there. This is a trainer, Cherie DeVoe, who does very well with her horses, a horsewoman herself who comes from a background of not just racing, the assistant for Chad Brown for a long time, but also in the barrel horse world and others. Coming off of a layoff, she wins at 32%, which is an excellent number, and the workouts leading up into this race seem to be excellent at the Churchill Downs Training Center, so definitely a horse that I'm going to keep my eye on. The 4 horse Classic Cognier for Chris Hartman also made it into my top selections with the scratch of the 3 horse in there. Race number 5 will be the late pick 4, the start of the late pick 4, 50 cents for that base wager, 5 furlongs the distance on the turf. A maiden special weight race for $50,000 for the 2-year-old horses. And do note there's quite a few horses in here that are by first crop sires, including the 1 Accident, Tail of Verve, of course, the first crop sire, Mirage the 2, that one by Army Mule, the 4 Giant Awakening by More Spirit, and the 5 Collectorate by Collected, who's still looking for his first winner with his 2-year-old crop. I went to the 2 Mirage on top for Steve Asmussen. Tough to argue with the trainer that does so well with young horses, winning at 16%. And this one flashed some early speed when purchased at the Ocala Breeder Sale, the OBS sale back in April of this year. They purchased it for $100,000 and worked a 10.2 to go an eighth of a mile. So a nice time for that horse. Ryan Hernandez gets the ride, and it seems like he's certainly getting quite a few good mounts for this barn. So that horse going to go on top for me. Retained the 7 for Brendan Walsh. This one, again, another trainer, another barn that does very well with young horses, winning at 15%. And this horse does seem to have some good bloodlines as well on the dam side. Rarity, this will be the first runner for her, but she's a full sibling to Palace, He won $1.5 million, including the Grade 1 Forgo, the Vanderbilt at Saratoga, the True North at Belmont, etc. So certainly one that they like. She's been bred back to Uncle Mo and Justify since then, so they've got some confidence there. And the 5, Collectorate, hoping to see Collected get his first winner here today. The race number 6 at Ellis Park, allowance race for $51,000. Non-winners of one other than 1 mile on the beautiful turf course here at Ellis Park. The 4 horse going to be my top selection, Candace O for Mark Casse. Going to try to get back to turf here. Actually attracts the likes of Florent Giroux before he goes out to Del Mar to ride for the summer. Mark Casse, very good on the turf course, dirt course, synthetic course as well. He does well over all surfaces. And I think this filly is tactical enough to save some ground there. She seems to be one that likes to rate off the pace, although she has flashed some early speed before. But I really like her coming in fresh to this race. The 10 horse is certainly one that people may look at 9 to 5 in the morning line. That is Final Bell for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Jimmy Graham picks up the mount, and she's going to make her first start since Derby Day this year, where she finished 7th. But before that, had some pretty good races. She broke her maiden at Gulfstream Park and then finished an excellent 4th against horses who would come back to win their next starts in an allowance race at Keeneland, going around a ground there on the grass. Moving along to race number 7. Allowance optional claiming for $40,000 here, 6 furlongs on the dirt course. For me, I went to the 4, 2, and the 1. The 4, my top selection, the ride of a lifetime for Brett Calhoun. Gabe Saez picks up the mount, and I think certainly fits here. The 2 horse Violent City for Ian Wilkes and Chris Landero, so they're going to team up. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more speed from this gelding. I think he's done his best running when on or near the lead, and he just wasn't really able to get involved last time. I think today, with a little bit more of an aggressive ride from Chris Landeros, we could see him improve. The 1 Derby Date for Cipriano Contreras and Chris Amy going to team up has improved every single race since they claimed this one back in March of this year. So hoping for an improve right there. Of course, this does start the late double. Race number 8 will be the final race of the day, the final race of that all-turf pick 3 as well. 1 mile the distance on the grass, the 6, 2, and the 5 for that maiden special weight for the 3-year-old fillies, 2 years old and up. Going to be my selections, but Overcooked going to get that top spot for me. Plenty more analysis and racing to come throughout the day. Again, 8 races here at Ellis Park. We're excited for you to join us here on opening day, the 100th meet here in Henderson, Kentucky, coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'd like to welcome you into Ellis Park for Opening Day 2022 as we kick off our summer schedule of racing here at Ellis Park today. Opening Day, post time 12:50. Race fans at this time, if you take out your racing programs, I'll give you today's late program changes. 8 races on the card. We are fast and firm. The turf rail this week will be down to 0. Will be all the way in. If you open your programs, race number 1 will kick things off with a 50-cent pick 4 in the opening race. And race number 1, couple of changes. Number 5, AP Blazing Green, should be listed as a gelding. Also, number 7, Triple Chrome, is a gelding as well. Race 1, simply numbers 5 and 7, both are geldings. In the second race, there is a late scratch, part of the entry. Number 1A, Gopher Sherry. Number 1A, Gopher Sherry has been scratched from the second race. There are no changes in race number 3. If you'll turn your program to race 4, which is sponsored by Run Happy, I'd like to remind you that race number 4 on this 8-race program will start the 50-cent pick 5, also a all-turf pick 3 as well. Races 4, 6, and 8. That's a $3 base bet. All-turf pick 3 starts in race number 4. That's a new wager to Ellis Park, and that starts in the 4th, sponsored by Run Happy. In that race, take out number 3, Take Care. Scratch number 3, Take Care. Scratch number 5, Apple Ever After. Number 5, Apple Ever After has been scratched. And now there is a jockey change in number 8, Saint Sista. Make the rider Colby Hernandez. In the 5th race, sponsored by Run Happy, there are no program changes. You're reminded race 5 starts at 50-cent. Low takeout, late pick 4. In the 6th race, scratch number 8, More Romance. Number 8, More Romance has been scratched. Be aware the 13, Cuzzy Wuzzy, has drawn in and is set to go. Number 13, Cuzzy Wuzzy, has drawn in and will race in the 6th. In the 7th race, correct the weight on number 5, Cyril's Boy, should be listed as 117 pounds. Number 5, Cyril's Boy, will carry 117 pounds. Jockey change for number 7, Aggressivity. Make the rider Francisco Arieta. Arieta picks up the 7 in the 7th. The 8th and final will close out the show in race number 8 today on opening day. Scratch number 3, Little Gia. Number 3, Little Gia, is scratched from the 8th. Late unpublished workout for number 9, Very Wealthy, worked out July 1st at the Thoroughbred Training Center. Half mile, 48.3 seconds breezing. Also, number 9, Very Wealthy, has a change of jockey to Declan Cannon. Well, race fans, I'd like to welcome you back to the track here at Ellis Park as we kick off opening day. Those are your program changes at this time. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of this 8-race program, I'll get those to you as they do so. Race number 1 is up in 14 minutes at 12:50 Central. Again, we are fast on the main track, and the turf course is firm. And here with 13 minutes to post, I'll send it down to the paddock where you'll be joined by Megan once again to take you through this opening race card. Good luck.
Yes. Thanks so much, Jimmy. Yeah, here in the paddock at Ellis Park. And again, welcome to opening day for our 100th year anniversary. Certainly exciting. The Run Happy meet here at Ellis Park looks to be a great one. And for the first race of our 8-race card, you can see horses in the paddock at the moment. 5.5 furlongs the distance there on the turf. And certainly a hot day today, so we're keeping an eye on all of them. Plenty of horses being sponged down here in the paddock. And I will keep you updated on my thoughts. But top selections for me, at least handicapping off the form, it definitely went to the 6 horse in here, who I've yet to get a look at just yet. 6 and the 7 as my top picks there. Certainly a good field of horses. The early pick 4 starts off here. I believe the ticket was submitted there as well, but Mr. Cunningham for Mike Maker going to be my top selection. Good early speed from this horse in some of the prior races, and certainly something that I will keep an eye on here to see if we can regain some of that. Hasn't raced since March of this year, and that was going 1 mile and a 16th on the turf course. So obviously we are cutting back in distance here pretty significantly with Mr. Cunningham. But that's an angle that Mike Meeker does very well. From route to sprint, he wins at 17% and also does nicely in some turf sprint races, along with his 17% win streak for the year. But Joe Talamo gets them out here for the first time. It seems like this son of Creative Cause is fit and ready to go, and one that I hope can improve. I also looked at the 7-horse Triple Chrome, just a little bit more value for you there if you're looking for it to go against the heavy favorite, Chris Amy aboard, and Brittany Vandenberg, the trainer, making an appearance here at Ellis Park. Second start off the layoff for the 3-year-old son of Ken Tharos. And obviously with Ken Tharos on the top side there, you have to think sprinter. You have to think that this is a horse that's going to be fit and ready to go. And they've kept him, for the most part, sprinting in his career, kind of bouncing back and forth between dirt races, turf races, etc. But today they are going to sprint here on the turf, and it looks like he had a really nice preparation to come into this spot. June 2nd in this year at Hawthorne, he had a nice 5-furlong work before that prep race where he finished 4th with Chris Amy, and I think can certainly improve. Now, I did get a look at the 6-horse as well, Mr. Cunningham, who looks fit as a fiddle. Again, hosed down because it is pretty hot out here today, but he looks like he's on the muscle, ready to go. Some really good flesh from him. Looking at the 2-horse at the moment, that is Hey Sport. They're going to take the blinkers off for this race today. 1 start at Ellis Park in the career, but 0 for 1 for that. And this is certainly a horse that's coming off of a long layoff. He has not raced since August 11th of last year, and that was going a mile on the turf course. So we're going to shorten up, get a little bit less distance to work with, and I'll say from a physical standpoint, this is certainly a horse that doesn't look like he's been off for a year. He's very well tucked up. You can see the line in his belly there. He's one that seems to be fit. He's kind of got that nice, strong hindquarters that you like to see on a sprinter, at least in my opinion. So one, from a paddock perspective, if you were looking for another horse to add for some value, possibly Hey Sport is the way that you go. Horse is just getting saddled here and finishing up. Headed out to the track in just a few moments. Looking at the 1 horse who's just coming out of the saddling stalls as well. Certainly on the muscle, that is Bruce on the Loose. Blinkers coming off for this one as well. It seems like they've tried to ask him for maybe just a little bit more speed in some of the races, but hasn't had that success so far. Possibly it's the surface change today that will make the big difference. Going from the dirt to the turf, possibly a better surface for him, and Bruce on the Loose certainly looks like he is fit and ready to go here with Gerardo Corrales aboard. Going to draw that rail. Sometimes that can be helpful, of course, for horses that may need to go to the front, and if that's the tactic that they're going to try today, they draw well enough for that. Horse is just about getting ready. We will send him off in a few moments, but race number 1 here at Ellis Park, the first of our 8-race card. Again, the early pick 4 starts here. That base wager, 50 cents for the early pick 4. Coming up, you will have the 50-cent pick 5, and also that all-turf pick 3, that base wager of $3. Best of luck here at Ellis Park today. I will join you before each and every race in the paddock, and of course, you will hear Jimmy McNerney on the mic as well. Good luck.
too many pretty women I know from the back.
Could win.
I know this pretty woman.
I like the point of six because they race. They've been on the ground a lot more. You know what I'm saying? They race a lot more men's and stuff. But you figure they give up on them if they race up and they do halfway racing.
The horses have turned. They are approaching the starting gate. Less than a minute to post for race 1 from Ellis. Less than a minute. Field of 7 to go 5.5 furlongs on a firm turf approaching the starting gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for the first race this race season here at Ellis Park, sponsored by Run Happy Hay Sport, coming up with the Bug Boy Diaz going in 9-1 for Mike Thompson, AP Blazing Green, and Francisco Arietta moving into line. Just a couple left, and behind that one, keep on coming forward. Mr. Cunningham, Black Silks, Yellow Cap, 4-5 favorite upon load time. And Triple Chrome for Brittany to the outside. They are at the post. And they are racing again at Ellis. And it was a quick beginning for Bruce on the Loose, who's flashing speed. Hay Sport quick into stride as well from second. The favorite, Mr. Cunningham, came away racing third just to the outside of Artie and Jesse, who is fourth. They are 2 in front of AP Blazing Green, who's shaded by Triple Chrome, still 3 back to the trailer. Keep on as they hit up the backside, just outside 3.5 furlongs to race. 8 lengths would cover the lot. And showing the way, it's Bruce on the Loose and Gerardo Corrales. Hay Sport and the Bug Boy applying the heat to the outside. Meanwhile, Mr. Cunningham lose large in the wings there from third. A couple lengths further back from the backfield. Triple Chrome starts to advance position. Artie and Jesse is going the wrong way with a quarter to go. To the inside, Bruce on the Loose still there. Hay Sport still pestering. Mr. Cunningham still hovering, but he's lost about 3 lengths on the pace setter with a furlong to go. Bruce on the Loose still driving up front. Hay Sport still charging from second, just outside of 16th to go. And Bruce on the Loose is still there. Hay Sport is lunging up to the outside from the backfield. Keep on down to the wire. Hay Sport getting to the pace setter. And Hay Sport and the Bug Boy gets up in the final stages. Bruce on the Loose was next. Then it was Keep On in a photo between Triple Chrome and AP Blazing Green. And that's the first from the P-Patch. Favorite, Mr. Cunningham.
And a nice effort from the 2-horse there at 11-1 to kick off the race meet here at Ellis Park. That was Hay Sport. The horse that in the paddock I spoke about coming off that long layoff, but seemed to be physically very fit and conformationally well built for this type of a distance on the grass. So Hay Sport, the 4-year-old son of gemologist, trained by Michael Thompson, ridden by Diaz here today with the blinkers off, certainly seemed to be the move. A nice late charge at the end. In second at 7-2 was the one, Bruce on the Loose. for Eric Foster. I talked about him lacking a little bit of speed in some of those prior races, but he was able to pick that up today. You saw him very close to that front end for the majority of the race. As far as your heavy favorite goes, the 6, nowhere to be found there in the top 4. The official order of finish 2, 1, 3, and 7 as the horses make their way back to the winner's circle. Coming up next, you will have race number 2, 1 mile the distance, allowance optional claiming for, or I'm sorry, allowance, starter allowance for $10,000. Plenty of wagering available for you, including win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and a 50-cent pick 3.
Second, number 1, Bruce on the Loose. Third, number 3, Keep On. And fourth, number 7, Triple Chrome. 2-1-3-7 unofficial. Into the winner's circle. Unofficial winner, number 2, Hayes Sport. A 4-year-old big gelded son by gemologist out of the Vindication mare named Choice Play. The winner's owned by the Sycamores Farm Incorporated of Burt Knight, the winning trainer Mike Thompson, and the winning jockey Rene Diaz. Number 2, Hayes Sport, breaks maiden start number 4. The 5.5 on the turf, timed 103 and 2. Race 1 from Ellis Park, 2-1-3-7. Those 4 numbers are official. Race 1 official. And the prices are up. Number 2, Hey Sport, returns $24.80, $8.80 in the middle, $9.80 for the showdown. Second, the 1, Bruce on the Loose, $5.20, $5.20 in the 3, Keep On, came back $10.60 for the show money. The exacta 2-1, $107.80 for a $2 play, the $1 $53.90. 50-cent try, $134.75, 10-cent super, $86.96. Race number 2 from Ellis Park's up next. It starts another double, another pick 3. Take out part of the entry, the 1A. Go for Sherry. Race 2 post time in 21 minutes. Hey Sport, quick into stride as well from second. The favorite, Mr. Cunningham, came away racing third just to the outside of Artie and Jesse, who is fourth. They are 2 in front of AP Blazing Green, who's shaded by Triple Chrome, still 3 back to the trailer. Keep On as they head up the backside, just outside 3.5 furlongs to race. 8 lengths would cover the lot. And showing the way, it's Bruce on the Loose and Gerardo Corrales. Hey Sport and the Bug Boy applying the heat to the outside. Meanwhile, Mr. Cunningham looms large in the wings there from third. A couple lengths further back from the backfield. Triple Chrome starts to advance position. Artie and Jesse is going the wrong way with a quarter to go. To the inside, Bruce on the Loose still there. Hey Sport still pestering. Mr. Cunningham still hovering, but he's lost about 3 lengths on the pace setter with a furlong to go. Bruce on the Loose still driving up front. Hey Sport still charging from second, just outside of 16th to go. And Bruce on the Loose is still there. Hey Sport is lunging up to the outside from the backfield. Keep On down to the wire. Hey Sport getting to the pace setter. And Hey Sport and the Bug Boy gets up in the final stages. Bruce on the Loose was next. Then
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely
Hey, you know who took the 2 in the first race? You still got my scrap?
Right here, right here, right here, right here.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Them ready?
watch the replays, like on YouTube, you can hear us talking.
Oh, really?
Loudly.
Uh-oh.
There's Ellis, Rusty right past you. No, it's not. That's Rudy.
Who's the kid on the chestnut?
I have no idea. I'm gonna go find out.
Are you done?
No.
Race number 2 coming up here at Ellis Park, 1 mile the distance. And here at Ellis with the track configuration, it really does end up being a little bit of a 1.5 turn mile at this particular track, but a good field assembled. We've got a starter allowance for $10,000 and a few horses to choose from. Do note that the 1A is scratched in here, so no longer a coupled entry, but the 1 does remain. Right now, you've got some favoritism going towards the 5 horse at 9-5 and also the 2 at 9-5. I went for a horse at the 5 rather as my top selection, 5, 2, and 1. You can see my selections, Jimmy's picks, and also some picks from Gene McLean right there on your screen. But really thought that the 5 horse might be able to put it together here today. That one is Thirsty Betrayal for Matt Schreier. I thought Into Tough a couple of races back and since has shown a lot of good effort. Not sure what happened last time after some early speed, but hopefully the stretch out will be able to help this one. Certainly seems like this is a nice leggy type of a horse. Did have the hind wraps on here today. Do note that there's a filly in this field as well, the 6 that is Undecoded. Won the last 3 races of her career. Daughter of Algorithms has actually been in against the boys before, 2 races back when she won a claiming race there at Hawthorne over a good surface. Watched her getting saddled. She's wearing a shadow roll here today. She seemed like she was one that was a little fidgety, but since they got the saddle on her, she's calmed down quite a bit. Again, it is hot today, so many of these horses being sponged down quite a bit. But I love to see my top selection, the 5, just a calm, cool actor here. I did get the chance to catch up with one of the trainers of the 3, Make Noise, Tom Vanberg. I asked last time, horse won by 15 lengths, what happened there, and he just put it together. And he mentioned that this horse it can be a little quirky. He hates dirt in his face or anything around his eyes. And last time the rider just left him alone and let him do his thing, and he was able to put it together, obviously, for that huge performance. They've tried a bit of everything with him, trying to get him to get over that. But hopefully he can get a similar trip here today, something where he can be away from some of the other horses, or at least outside of them, and get the trip that he likes for that improvement. Because if he runs anything close to that effort from last time, he is certainly one to watch, and a good price for you there at 5-1. As far as the one horse that is something natural for Cipriano Contreras, this one with Francisco Arieta aboard, getting quite a bit of a cutback in distance from the 1 3/4 last time at Oaklawn Park. Here at Ellis is 1 for 1 with the record, and certainly seems to enjoy this distance, so hoping to improve for the 5-year-old gelding. Horses are headed out to the racetrack for race number 2. Again, 1 mile the distance there. Best of luck.
here, approaching the starting gate. Pair of horses 5-2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch here in the second race, and it will have some effects on our pools. Now, number 3, Make Noise, is a late scratch. Number 3, Make Noise, a late scratch. Scratched by the stewards on orders of the state vet. Again, number 3, Make Noise, scratched by the stewards on advice of the state vet. All straight wagers refunded. Consolation in the doubles and pick threes. Now, in the superfecta, as far as the superfecta is concerned, with the scratch of the 3 Make Noise, that reduces the field to just 5, so no superfecta wagering. All superfecta wagers hang onto those tickets that will be refunded. Again, the superfecta wager has been canceled and will be fully refunded. Again, number 3, Make Noise, a late scratch here in race 2. Again, number 3, late scratch of number 3, Make Noise, scratched by the stewards on recommendation of the state veterinarian here in the second race from Ellis Park. All straight wagers refunded. Consolations in your doubles and pick threes. Pick 4, you will be substituted with the final race favorite. And all superfecta wagers now will be refunded. The superfecta wager has been canceled and refunded. And now the horses loading in here for race number 2, field of 5 now. Down to a field of 5 to go a mile here. 8 for 5 on Thirsty Betrayal. Gozan's Valentine 2-1. Fightville will be the next one to move forward. Looks like they're going to back out something natural. Looks like a couple others are going to be backed out here. So slight delay here in the second race. The mutual windows are still open. Again, the mutual windows are still open. Field of 5 to go a mile here in race 2. There was a scratch of the 3, late scratch of the 3, Make Noise. That forced a superfecta wager to be canceled and fully refunded. A slight delay here in the second race. Stand by. Still time to make any changes or exchanges to your tickets if you had number 3, Make Noise. who was a late scratch. Again, all straight wagers refunded. If you need to make any exchanges or changes to those tickets, you do have a little bit of time, but you better hurry as Kozan's Valentine now being let in once again. Kozan's Valentine in from Collinsville, being packed in by about 3 assistant starters here. Javier Tavares has the call for Rios and Mosier 2-1 as he's now locked up. Something natural for Sippy and David Rodriguez coming up. Francisco Arrieta up top 2-1 co-favorite. Fightville going in. Now late money coming in makes Thirsty Betrayal the 9-5 favorite as they load in. 1 left. Undecoded to the outside for Jimmy DeVito. Undecoded going in. Miles start. They're at the post. And they are racing. Kozan's Valentine was quick into stride. Also from the outside, Thirsty Betrayal is flashing speed and going with those right in the middle. Fightville, these 3 across the course, 2 in front of Undecoded, who came away racing in the 4th position just in front of Something Natural, who is 5th and last, but a compact field as they work around that opening turn. They straighten up for the backstretch journey. 6 lengths from top to bottom, and up front, it's Fightville and Gerardo Corrales. To the inside, Kozan's Valentine and Tavares, those 2 matching strides. A length and a half in front of Thirsty Betrayal, who'll track that duo from 3rd as they pass the 5 furlong marker. Down on the inside, Something Natural is next as they really start to cluster up. And Undecoded isn't about the 3-path last, but only 4 lengths off the lead as they approach the half-mile stage. Kozan's Valentine has shook clear from Fightville. To the inside, Something Natural saving every yard from 3rd. To the outside, Thirsty Betrayal starts to tighten the screws as Undecoded is being asked to quicken from the backfield. Chasing Kozan's Valentine with just outside 5/16 of a mile to run. Thirsty Betrayal is a fresh challenger to the outside. From the backfield running on, but going wide. Here comes Undecoded as they have a quarter mile to go. And 3 across the course. Kozan's Valentine will cut the corner. Thirsty Betrayal on the attack to the outside. Undecoded has been parked wide every yard, but he's still coming at him and coming on inside the final furlong. Thirsty Betrayal fighting on. Undecoded is trying to press on past Something Natural. Switches off cover. 50 yards to go. And Thirsty Betrayal at 9-5 will report home a length and a half winner. Undecoded was second, then it was Something Natural and Kozan's Valentine, and that's race 2 from the P-Patch.
Run happy replay. You can see the horses break from the gate and actually broke maybe just a little bit slower than some of the others in here, but was able to put in a really nice performance here today. As they came into the stretch, you certainly saw this horse was full of run. Also thought that the 6 Undecoded made a nice run. You can see in this turn that we're looking at, the rider has plenty and plenty of horse. She was ready to go here today and was able to save that until the later stages of the race, finishing a nice second. That was the filly in against the boys, but the 2 horse leading most of the way, with the 4 behind and the 5 just in stalking position for the most of this trip. So Thirsty Betrayal in a better spot here today, puts it together with Joe Talamo in the irons. Photo for that finish. Unofficial order of finish, 5, 6, 1, and 2 for race number 2 at Ellis Park. Coming up, race 3 will start a 50-cent pick 3 as an allowance race. Kilometers of 2 lifetime, 6 furlongs on that fast main track.
Betrayal, second number 6, Undecoded. Third, number 1, Something Natural. Finishing 4th, number 2, Kozan's Valentine. 5, 6, 1, 2 unofficially here in race 2 from Ellis Park. Into the winner's circle, number 5, Thirsty Betrayal. He's a 6-year-old big gelded son by Stay Thirsty out of the 5-star day mare named First Betrayal. The winner's owned by Francisco Herrera, trained by Matt Shire and Joe Talabo. The winning jockey, number 5, Thirsty Betrayal, now an 8-time winner. Thirsty Betrayal, a mile on the main, 135 flat. And the second race from Ellis Park has been declared official. Race number 2 is official. You're reminded that late scratch in race 2 of the 3 Make Noise, all straight wagers. Refunded on that 3 Make Noise. Heads up, folks, and outriders down there. There's a loose horse on the backside heading the wrong way. Loose horse in and about the 5/8 pole. Again, loose horse on the backside heading the wrong way at about the 4.5 furlong marker. Now the prices are up for race number 2, $5.60, $3, and $2.20. $1 exact of 5.6 was worth $13.70. 50-cent try, $19.10. Consolation double with the scratch of the 3, $10.90. The winning daily double, $48.80. Don't forget the superfecta was fully refunded. Up next, the third race, race number 3 from Ellis Park. Post time in 16 minutes. You start another rolling double, another rolling pick 3. There are no changes at this time. And race 3, again, 16 minutes. Good luck. Racing. Kozan's Valentine was quick into stride. Also from the outside, Thirsty Betrayal is flashing speed and going with those right in the middle. Fightville, these 3 across the course, 2 in front of Undecoded, who came away racing in the 4th position just in front of Something Natural, who is 5th and last. But a compact field as they work around that opening turn. They straighten up for the backstretch journey. 6 lengths from top to bottom. And up front, it's Fightville and Gerardo Corrales. To the inside, Kozan's Valentine and Tavares, those 2 matching strides. A length and a half in front of Thirsty Betrayal, who'll track that duo from 3rd as they pass the 5 furlong marker. Down on the inside, Something Natural is next as they really start to cluster up. And Undecoded isn't about the 3-path last, but only 4 lengths off the lead as they approach the half-mile stage. Kozan's Valentine has shook clear from Fightville. To the inside, Something Natural saving every yard from third. To the outside, Thirsty Betrayal starts to tighten the screws as Undecoded is being asked to quicken from the backfield. Chasing Kozan's Valentine with just outside 5/16 of a mile to run. Thirsty Betrayal is a fresh challenger to the outside. From the backfield running on, but going wide. Here comes Undecoded as they have a quarter mile to go. And 3 across the course. Kozan's Valentine will cut the corner. Thirsty Betrayal on the attack to the outside. Undecoded has been parked wide every yard, but he's still coming at him and coming on inside the final furlong. Thirsty Betrayal fighting on. Undecoded is trying to press on past Something Natural. Switches off cover. 50 yards to go. And Thirsty Betrayal at 9-5 will report home a length and a half winner. Undecoded was second, then it was Something Natural and Kozan's Valentine, and that's race 2. And they are racing. Kozan's Valentine was quick into
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Forms Formulator, the sport's most advanced handicapping tool featuring exclusive speed and pace figures, customizable data views, trainer patterns, and more. Formulator is now free for DRF Bets members. Sign up to get the best bonus in racing with a $250 deposit match and a $10 free bet. Go to drf.com/bet and use promo code WINNING to start playing like a pro today.
7 minutes to go for race number 3 here at Ellis Park. Do note, as Jimmy said, there is a late scratch of the 3. Respect the code, which makes the field, I think, even more interesting. These horses looking for their for a victory here, 6 furlongs over the dirt course. And, you know, I really liked the Asmussen horses in here. I was very attracted to the 2 horse, especially a local work here at Ellis Park that the connections say it certainly impressed. Physically, he looks to be extremely fit. He's a very, very well-muscled type of a horse, kind of that stockier body type that I like to see over a sprinting distance, and he looked great as they were saddling him here in the paddock. Top selections for me, I included the 3, so obviously that's going to change a bit. 4, 6, and 2 would be my top 3 with the scratch of the 3. Respect the code. But as you can see, horses behind me as they are continuing their preparation here for the 3rd event. The 4 horse is Mean Jakey. This one also for Steve Asmussen seems to have a good bit of speed, and last time just didn't really seem to like the surface there at Churchill Downs. Was in a pretty tough allowance optional claiming race, and obviously a long shot that day at nearly 50-1. Didn't do much running with Brian Hernandez aboard, but he does get them out here again, and I certainly think on this track against this company he could see a lot of improvement here today. But I gotta tell you, my paddock pick would probably be the 2 horse in this field, who's being saddled just right in front of me. Other horses you might take a look at include the 6 horse, and that one is Master of Arms for Ron Moquette. Claimed him last time out of an event at Churchill Downs, a maiden claimer for $50,000, and obviously seemed to like him as he ran a big performance that day. He won by 6 lengths, and he's hoping to put it together here for the 2nd win of his career. But Master of Arms, I thought, looked good as they were saddling this horse. They just have him in a bit of a snaffle. He seemed to be a well put together type, certainly keeping his cool. This is a horse that early on seemed to flash some early speed, worked a 10.1 at OBS when he was a 2-year-old. So this is a horse that they've liked from the beginning. And obviously with Ron Moquette now, first after the claim, he was at 21% with that type of an angle. So it's certainly a horse that I think has the credentials to do well against this type of a field. The 2 horse I mentioned, that's Bonus Appreciation, who seems to have just a little bit of trouble as they're trying to get the saddle on him. The 5 horse in here is My Crazy Neighbor. This one for Ian Wilkes was in that same very tough allowance optional claiming race at Churchill Downs over the 7 furlongs and didn't do much running that day either. But for the 4th race of his career, it certainly seems like this is one, a son of Into Mischief, that maybe is putting the pieces together as he's had each and every race. So the son of Into Mischief there, he's 3-1 on the morning line, now 7-2, and made it into the top selections of Mr. Jimmy McNerney above there. You can see Gene McLean with his selections below. He also threw in the 1 horse, that is Kunshan Bridge. Now this is a horse who actually did break his maiden when sprinting, and then they stretched him out for 2 races at 1 1/8 and 1 1/16. This time they are going to cut him back to a distance that it does seem that he likes already. At least he did in his career when he was able to put it together at Churchill Downs over the 6 furlongs in a tough maiden claiming event. Horse is just about settled and ready to go out to the track here at Ellis Park. 6 furlongs the distance for this allowance race, $51,000. Non-winners of 2 races in their lifetime. And don't forget, this race does offer win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and 50-cent pick 3 wagering. Race number 4 coming up next. We'll start that pick 5, and also, for the first time, the $3 all-turf pick 3. Best of luck.
The horses have turned. They're approaching the starting gate for race number 3. The field for the third race approaching the starting gate less than a minute. And now the field for the third race at Ellis Park has been reached the starting gate. Are loading in. Cunshawn Bridge goes up. Bonus appreciation coming forward 6-1. On that one, Mean Jakey into line. My Crazy Neighbor in the Lothenbach Silks coming up with Sealand. Master of Arms for Ron Moquette first off the claim. 6 for 5 on the board. Waiting on the gray, Courthouse Cove. Where the Plasters family goes in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Courthouse Cove jumped well, also quick into stride. Mean Jakey is flashing speed as they head up the backside. From the outside, it's Courthouse Cove, who just leads Mean Jakey. They're about 3 lengths in front of Masters of Arms, who came away racing in the third position. Then 2 lengths further back. My Crazy Neighbor is fourth and about 6 off the pace. Bonus appreciation is second last. And Cunshawn Bridge is at the back of pack. 3.5 furlongs to go as they make their entrance into the turn. Just about 8 lengths from top to bottom of the quarter. 22-2. It's Courthouse Cove. And Gabe Sayas shows the way by a length and a half. Mean Jakey back in the second position. Master of Arms starts to tighten up from third. Cunshawn Bridge is out of last. He's fourth, but he's parked wide up the inside. My Crazy Neighbor has saved every yard. Top of the home stretch in Courthouse Cove. The Collinsville Invader will turn him on down. But here's Mean Jakey, who's trying to press past 1 furlong to go. My Crazy Neighbor looking to split horses. Cunshawn Bridge is trying to keep him trapped outside the 16th pole. Courthouse Cove is game as they come. Mean Jakey trying to press on past. Cunshawn Bridge late on the scene. Here's Mean Jakey to the outside. Courthouse Cove in a photo. Mean Jakey to the outside. Courthouse Cove, game as a racehorse could be. Those two in a camera close-up in race 3. Photo for win in 109 flat.
Look, it was a clean start for most. As you can see, the 4-horse actually might have stumbled just a step coming out of the starting gate. That was Mean Jakey for Steve Asmussen, who would be a huge contender and possibly the winner of this race as we await the results of the photo finish. But mostly it's those 2 horses for the majority of the races. You can see here this head-on angle on the backside before originally on the rail before changing paths to go towards the outside. And as they come down to the wire, the 7-horse out in front and really fought on gamely, but the 4 Mean Jakey, the lead changing between the 2 of them in the final strides as they got down. It might come down to a head bump. That could be the 7-horse on the inside. We'll have to wait for that official photo, but 7 and the 4, either 1 and 2, the 1 horse just behind that, and the 5. Run Happy replay. Next up, we've got race number 4. Best of luck as we await this photo finish.
Sign comes down. Number 4, Mean Jakey posted as the race winner. Second, number 7, Courthouse Cove. Third, number 1, Cunshawn Bridge. And fourth goes 5, My Crazy Neighbor. 4-7-1-5. Into the winner's circle, number 4, Mean Jakey, a 3-year-old dark bear brown colt by Violence out of the Warfront mare named Lindy. The winner's owned by Mike McCarty, trained by Steve Asmussen, and ridden to victory by Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 4, Mean Jakey, picks up the second lifetime victory of his career, and it gets up by a flared nostril covering the 6 furlongs in a flashy time, 109.04 seconds. Race number 3 from Ellis Park, official 4715. And they are racing. Courthouse Cove jumped well, also quick into stride. Mean Jakey is flashing speed as they head up the backside. From the outside, it's Courthouse Cove, who just leads Mean Jakey. They're about 3 lengths in front of Masters of Arms, who came away racing in the 3rd position. Then 2 lengths further back, My Crazy Neighbor is 4th and about 6 off the pace. Bonus Appreciation is 2nd last, and Cunshawn Bridge is at the back of pack. 3.5 furlongs to go as they make their entrance into the turn, just about 8 lengths from top to bottom the quarter, 22-2. It's Courthouse Cove, and Gabe Sayas shows away by a length and a half. Mean Jakey back in the 2nd position. Master of Arms starts to tighten up from 3rd. Cunshawn Bridge is out of last. He's 4th, but he's parked wide up the inside. My Crazy Neighbor has saved every yard. Top of the home stretch in Courthouse Cove. The Collinsville Invader will turn him on down. But here's Mean Jakey, who's trying to press past 1 furlong to go. My Crazy Neighbor looking to split horses. Cunshawn Bridge is trying to keep him trapped outside the 16th pole. Courthouse Cove is game as they come. Mean Jakey trying to press on past. Cunshawn Bridge late on the scene. Here's Mean Jakey to the outside. Courthouse Cove with a photo. Mean Jakey to the outside.
In all weather, a record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm. number one second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to a mile and a quarter. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Ellis Park race number 4 coming up next for you here as we go to the turf, 1 mile on that turf course, and a good group of maidens assembled here for $50,000. You can see a few scratches, including the 3 and the 5 in this particular field, but a lot of really good looking youngsters. This race in particular for fillies and mares 3 years old and up. And my top selection, I did go to the 7 horse, that 6-1 to start things off for me. 7, 6, and 4 ended up being my top 3 with the scratches that we saw earlier. But the 7 horse in here, that one is Spring Magic. They're taking the blinkers off after what seemed like a little bit of a failed experiment last time. They tried them on this horse at Indiana, and he just didn't really show any speed, didn't do much running. So I'm hoping he's able to get back to better form here today with Jimmy Graham in the iron. We'll see if he gives him a bit more of an aggressive ride. He did that about 4 races back when he was on this horse. Now, I did get the chance to talk to the trainer of the 6, that it was Cherie DeVoe, for Highly Devoted, I would assume named after her. But this horse, 7-5 on the morning line, 2-5 right now. And she is a beautiful looking daughter of Unified. I did ask about the long layoff because, as you can see on the form, this is a horse that started off her career in August of 2021 at Saratoga, which is always a tough meet on the turf course. She finished 5th that day, and she did say the layoff was just due to the fact that this is a horse that needed to grow up. She's really big-bodied. She's beautiful out there. She was precocious in training, so they did give her the race, try it out, but decided ultimately a little bit more time for her to fill out and come into her own would be better for her to be the top racehorse that they think that she can be. Cherie DeVoe, with horses coming off the layoff, wins at 32%. And I have to say that one will probably be my paddock pick for this group, as she is absolutely gorgeous. The 4 horse is Classic Cognac for Chris Hartman. This one with Mitchell Murrell in the irons, and a good bit of breeding in here as well. They purchased this horse for $350,000 at the Keeneland sale in September. This one is a half to Handsome Mike, a $1 million multiple graded stakes winner who won races like the Grade 2 Arlington, or Pennsylvania Derby rather, and the Commonwealth. Also a half to Union Strike, who made $500,000 and won races like the Grade 1 Del Mar Debutante, as well as the Gallant Bloom at Belmont Park. So lots of good breeding there for the 4. We'll see if she can live up to that, as she is going to get a bit more distance today. They're going to stretch her out, try the turf for the very first time, but it does look like the horses are headed to the racetrack. This race starts at pick 5 for 50 cents and the $3 all turf pick 3. Good luck.
Fourth race. Mile on the turf. Take out number 3. Jockey change on the 8, St. Sista to Colby Hernandez. Race 4, a mile on the turf. The turf course is firm. The rail set to 0. Win, play, show, exact to try. Super Daily Double. Pick 3, pick 5. Post time in just a few minutes. And the maiden girls crossing on over to the turf course here. Race 4 at Ellis, sponsored by Run Happy, crossing on over to the turf course. Field of 7 after the scratches of the 3 and 5 to go a mile. On a firm turf, 4 for 5 on Highly Devoted. For Beatty and Gordo. Daughter Unified, trained by Cherie DeVoe, Brian Hernandez Jr. Up top, looking to go back-to-back here at Ellis. Highly Devoted, she's coming up. Sophomore going in, 4 to 5. Broadband, daughter of Connect for Brent Taylor. Coming up, Spring Magic will load in next. Classic Coin. Saint Sista, Colby Hernandez going in, 13 to 1. Just one out. A Kitten for Katie. For Obermeyer and Ratana in from Collinsville. They're at the post. And race 4 at Ellis, sponsored by Run Happy, off and running. Classic Coin was fast into stride. Spring Magic flashing speed. Neck of the Nile just had a check cut put in tight, rather Broadband onto the run the first turn. As up top, it is Classic Coin who leads a length and a half to St. Sista out in the clear from second. Spring Magic has deferred. She'll track from third. The favorite Highly Devoted to the outside of Broadband. They are fourth and fifth, midpoint through that first turn. Link for the back, a Kitten for Katie. Down along the inside, it is Neck on the Nile at the back of the pack. 10 lengths from top to bottom. They travel up the backside with 5 furlongs to go. The quarter, 23 and 4. Lively tempo being set by Classic Coin, who shows the way up the backside with 4.5 furlongs to go. St. Sista now moves a closer second. Spring Magic set to strike from third. Highly Devoted has been shuffled back. She's in between horses in second last as they start to bunch up, though, into the far turn run. It's Classic Coin and St. Sista. They took them through a half, 47 and 2. Here's Spring Magic, who's cut loose to the outside. Neck on the Nile, sneaking through along the fence from a fourth. Highly Devoted still well in hand. Now Brian says, let's go, and here she goes. She tugs him right up to the outside of the trio of pace setters with a quarter to go. And here comes Highly Devoted with a 4-wide blitz. Highly Devoted coming after St. Sista, top of the home stretch. And Neck on the Nile got through, 1 furlong to go. Neck on the Nile out driving by a length and a half. Highly Devoted made that big, bold move, but she has 2.5 lengths to get to Neck on the Nile and 1/16 to do so. Neck on the Nile still finding. Neck on the Nile is going to win it by a length. Highly Devoted was second, a 4 or 5 length gap back to Spring Magic, who was third. Classic Coin checked in fourth. Race 4 the mile, 1:35. Flat. Neck on the Nile for Colebrook up the fence wins to give the Bug Boy 2 on the card.
Ellis Park race number 4, won unofficially by Neck on the Nile. That's the one horse as we look at the Run Happy replay. The starting gate here, which this race, a route race, so a while till they'll get to the finish line, which we'll talk about. But as you can see, the 6 horse, the heavy favorite, maybe broke just a little bit slow, but the one on the inside as well, in no hurry to get to that front of the pack, who would be your eventual unofficial winner. But to get the slow motion turn around the backside, horses come into the stretch here. You can see the 6, Highly Devoted, made a big move coming into the stretch and just didn't seem to be able to sustain that run. Gorgeous stride on the 1, Neck of the Nile, for trainer Ben Colebrook, as he certainly had this one ready to go here. It looked like the 6, Highly Devoted, maybe just needed that competition to be next to. She got a little bit tired as they got to the 16th pole, but no arguing with your winner, the 1 horse. As they cross the wire, it looks like 1, 6, 7, and 4 unofficially for race 4.
The judges have posted the top 4 finishers. Unofficially, winner number 1, Neck on the Nile. Second, the 6, Highly Devoted. Third, number 7, Spring Magic. Fourth, number 4, Classic Coin. 1, 6, 7, 4. In the winner's circle, number 1, Neck on the Nile. She's a 3-year-old bay daughter by Cairo Prince out of the Warfront mare named Kiss a Vet. The winner is owned by Harvey A. Clark Racing Stables, LLC, trained by Ben Colebrook, and 2 wins for the apprentice Renee Diaz. Number 1, Neck on the Nile, breaks her maiden here. In start number 3, cover the mile on firm turf 135 flat. Neck on the Nile, $12.60, $4.80, and $3. Exacta $22.50. The try, $29.15. The double, $30.40. Consolation pick 3 with the 3 scratch in the middle leg, $11.20. The pick 3, 3 of 3. Winning combination with the 4 in the middle leg, $51.85. Pick 4 came back $963.05, a 10-cent superfecta, $13.35. Halfway through race number 5 coming up. Starts the late pick 4 and the final 4 races on the program. Again, it's sponsored by Run Happy. Field of 8, we're back on the main. Fast main, 5 furlongs. Race 5 up next in 21 minutes. And race 4 at Ellis, sponsored by Run Happy, off and running. Classic Coin was fastened to stride. Spring Magic flashing speed. Neck of the Nile just had a check cut put in tight, rather broadband onto the run the first turn. As up top, it is Classic Coin who leads a length and a half to St. Sissa out in the clear from second. Spring Magic has deferred. She'll track from third. The favorite highly devoted to the outside of Broadband. They are fourth and fifth, midpoint through that first turn. Link for the back, a Kitchen for Katie. Down on the inside, it is Neck on the Nile at the back of the pack. 10 lengths from top to bottom. They travel up the backside with 5 furlongs to go. The quarter, 23 and 4. Lively tempo being set by Classic Coin, who shows the way up the backside with 4.5 furlongs to go. St. Sista now moves a closer second. Spring Magic set to strike from third. Highly Devoted has been shuffled back. She's in between horses in second last as they start to bunch up, though, into the far turn run. It's Classic Coin and St. Sista. They took them through a half, 47 and 2. Here's Spring Magic, who's cut loose to the outside. Neck on the Nile, sneaking through along the fence from a fourth. Highly Devoted still well in hand. Now Brian says, let's go, and here she goes. She tugs him right up to the outside of the trio of pace setters with a quarter to go. And here comes Highly Devoted with a 4-wide blitz. Highly Devoted coming after St. Sista, top of the home stretch. And Neck on the Nile got through, 1 furlong to go. Neck on the Nile out driving by a length and a half. Highly Devoted made that big, bold move, but she has 2.5 lengths to get to Neck on the Nile and 1/16 to do so. Neck on the Nile still finding. Neck on the Nile is going to win it by a length. Highly Devoted was second.
a 4 or 5 late gap back to Spring Magic, who was third. Classic Coin checked in fourth. Race for the mile, 1:35. Flat neck on the Nile for Colebrook. Up the fence wins to give the Bug Boy 2 on the card.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Ellis Park race number 5 is coming up next, and it is in fact 5 furlongs on the dirt as well, just 9 minutes away. And this will be our very first 2-year-old race of the season for the Ellis Park 100th year meet here, and a lot of very nicely bred young horses in here, many making their very first start of their career, and in fact a few first crop sires as well. We've got one by More Spirit, who's a first crop sire. We also have Army Mule Collected, who still has yet to have his first winner on the track, but a lot of nice young sires, Tail of the Verve as well. For my picks, I went to the 2, 7, and the 5 for my top selections. That I will say the 2, really athletic looking type of a horse, that is Mirage, making the first start today for trainer Steve Asmussen. Just thought he had a really scopy look to him. He certainly seems like a horse that could have a lot of talent. He actually worked a 10.2 at OBS, and they bought him for $100,000. Now, Steve Asmussen, with 2-year-old horses, wins at 16% of the time. And this is a horse who has been working locally over the Ellis Park track. He gets the services of Brian Hernandez Jr. here today, and Brian and Steve have teamed up to do very well together, winning at about 15% average with the jockey trainer there. The 7 horse that is retained for Brendan Walsh, and this is one a son of Bayern, who gets the services of Martin Garcia, a very well-bred horse at that. Seems to be one that has a lot of power from behind. Just watching him walk, he is calm, cool, and collected as they were saddling him. It certainly looked like he had the mind of an older horse, which oftentimes when you're talking about these 2-year-old races can really come into play. This is a horse who is the first runner for the Dam Rarities. The Dam is actually a foal to a horse named Palace, who made $1.5 million and won the Grade 1 Forgo, the Vanderbilt at Saratoga, a Grade 2 at Belmont as well. And they bred this one back to Uncle Mo and Justify in the past 2 years. So it's certainly a family that's hoping for big things, but retained looks like it could be that type of a horse. For my final selection for the top 3, I went to the 5, and that is Collectorate. Again, sired by Collected, a first crop sire who's yet to see his first winner on the track. He's just had a few runners so far, I believe in the U.S. and internationally, but this is a horse who they asked a little bit more of when he was a 2-year-old at OBS. He actually worked a quarter in 21 and 3, and he's been working at Churchill Downs before that at Keeneland, but it seems like one that they've had a lot of time to put some foundation into, trained by Brett Calhoun. Now he wins at 23% with 2-year-old horses and 17% with first-time starters as well, and from the amount of workouts that this horse has had, it certainly seems like one that has enough stamina under him already to make a big splash in his first start. Now, I did notice the 2-horse Mirage, who was the 9-5 favorite, right now is at 5-2, acting up in the paddock quite a bit. Doesn't seem to want to move forward as they're walking him around. But for the most part, a pretty quiet group of 2-year-old horses. Again, some really nicely bred horses. Do note that this is the start of the 50-cent late pick 4. So if you're hoping to get involved with that multi-race wager, you have just about 6 minutes to do so. There is the 5 on the screen, and you can see Collectorate with that figure 8, and the blinker is going to make the debut today. I noticed that the 3-horse Eli's Promise, not one that I originally picked in my selections, but is a horse with a start, and with so many first-time starters in this field, sometimes that experience can really come into play. I thought he looked really tucked up. He's a son of Not This Time, who's done very well. He looks fit. He looks like he's had a run in him already, and that could be the ticket as he runs for Jimmy DeVito and Chris Landeros. Horse is headed out to the track for race number 5. Good luck.
Maiden 2-year-old stepping trackside for the 5th race, sponsored by Run Happy. Maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds to go 5 furlongs, purse $50,000. Field of 8 to go to post here, sponsored by Run Happy. Win, play, show, exact to try. Super Daily Double starts at pick 3, and it starts the late pick 4. 50-cent late pick 4 races 5, 6, 7, and 8. Kicks off here in just about 4 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. 5 furlongs on a fast main, sponsored by Run Happy, Maiden 2-year-olds. Loading in here for the 5th, the starting leg of the late pick 4. Retained goes in. Most familiar red, white, and blue silks. Now Giant Awakening coming up. And Silent Vote to the outside for Parker and Stinson. Going in to complete the line. They're at the post. And they are racing.
Slow start for Accident, but Mirage is quick into stride. Eli's Promise applying the heat to the outside, now retained. Coming at him and coming on from third. Collectorate off the gate, racing in the fourth position. Link back, Giant Awakening is fifth. Still two back to Accident, who recovered it after the slow start. Then Link for the back, Silent Vote is second last, and 10 or 11 back to Tiz Wow, who's way out of it. Midpoint through the turn, chasing the speedy Mirage, and up to the outside, it's Eli's Promise. These two matching strides just outside a quarter mile to go, and retained in Martin Garcia set to strike to the outside with a quarter to go. Eli's Promise and a confident Chris Landeros to the outside of Mirage, who's fighting on to the inside, top of the home stretch, and Eli's Promise is the one to run down. Eli's Promise whippers out with a furlong to go, opening up by 2, now by 3, retained in chase mode to the outside from second. They're inside the final 16th. Eli's Promise shaken up and responding. Eli's Promise to get it done by 3 parts of a length. Good effort from Mirage to battle back to be second. Retained was third. An Accident after that slow start rally to be fourth with a strong gallop out there in 57 and 2. Eli's Promise gets it done.
Ellis Park race number 5, the 3-horse with the unofficial win. That is Eli's Promise for Jimmy DeVito and Chris Landero. Showing the start of the race here, you can see the one slow to start, looked like got left behind a little bit. That was Accident, who did actually end up galloping out pretty well. So maybe one to watch for next time with a little bit of a cleaner start. But the 3 from the beginning, very decisive under Chris Landeros as they were able to get to the front there. Nice long rein, and finishing up here on the left lead, is able to switch really late in that stretch, but it didn't seem to matter. This horse was best of them all, even maybe drifting in just a little bit. Making a run on the inside was the 2 Mirage, and this is a horse for Steve Asmussen who got going just a little bit late. Looks like the 7 horse in third. Your unofficial order of finish, 3, 2, 7, and 1. Next up will be race number 6, 1 mile on the turf. Good luck.
Judges posting top 4 finishers. Winner number 3, Eli's Promise. Second was number 2, Mirage. Third, the 7, Retain. Finishing fourth, number 1, Accident. 3, 2, 7, and 1. In 3, 2, 7, and 1 unofficially here in the 5th, sponsored by Run Happy. And coming back to the winner's circle, impressive winner here, Eli's Promise. Eli's Promise is a 2-year-old dark bear brown colt by Not This Time out of the Faltat mare named Royal Tot. The winner is owned by Double Down Stables Incorporated of Richard Templer, the winning trainer Jimmy DeVito, and the winning jockey Chris Landeros. Number 3, Eli's Promise gets it done here in start number 2 and cover the 5 furlongs in a flashy time of 57 and 2, just a second off a 16-year-old track record. Eli's Promise. So Not This Time. Home a winner. Up in the winner's circle, top assistant for Jimmy DeVito, Moises. Now the prices are up for the 5th. The winner, Eli's Promise, breaks maiden, returns $7.40, $4 and $2.80. The $1 exact was worth $11.40. A dime super of 3, 2, 7, and 1. That'll get you back $9.37. Trifecta 3, 2, 7 for 50 cents, $15.45. The double $35.30. Pick 3, $55.15. Up next, race number 6 starts the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon on opening day, celebrating 100 years here at the track. This meeting sponsored by Run Happy. Race 6 is up next in 21 minutes. Couple of changes. Reminder number 8, More Romance has been scratched. And be aware the 13, Cuzzy Wuzzy, is in. Back on the turf up next, race 6 in 21. Good luck. And they are racing. Slow start for Accident, but Mirage is quick into stride. Eli's Promise applying the heat to the outside, now retained, coming at him and coming on from third. Collectorate off the gate, racing in the 4th position. Link back, Giant Awakening is 5th. Still 2 back to Accident, who recovered it after the slow start. Then a Link for the back, Silent Vote is second last, and 10 or 11 back to Tiz Wow, who's way out of it. Midpoint through the turn, chasing the speedy Mirage, and up to the outside, it's Eli's Promise. These two matching strides just outside a quarter mile to go, and retained, and Martin Garcia set to strike to the outside with a quarter to go. Eli's Promise and a confident Chris Landarrels to the outside of Mirage, who's fighting on to the inside, top of the home stretch, and Eli's Promise is the one to run down. Eli's Promise whippers out with a furlong to go, opening up by 2, now by 3, retained in chase mode to the outside from second. They're inside the final 16th. Eli's Promise shaken up and responding. Eli's Promise to get it done by 3 parts of a length. Good effort from Mirage to battle back to be second. Retained was third. An Accident after that slow start rally to be fourth with a strong gallop out there in 57 and 2. Eli's Promise gets it done.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing forms. Formulator, the sport's most advanced handicapping tool featuring exclusive speed and pace figures, customizable data views, trainer patterns, and more. Formulator is now free for DRF Bets members. Sign up to get the best bonus in racing with a $250 deposit match and a $10 free bet. Go to drf.com/bet and use promo code WINNING to start playing like a pro today.
Race number 6 here at Ellis Park, just about 8 minutes away, and we are going to have a 1 mile turf event. This one, an allowance race for $51,000, non-winners of one other than, and a good-sized field assembled at that. A few really stood out to me here in the paddock. My top selections, at least with the morning line, the 4, 10, and the 2 as my top 3, although I will say that the 12 made an interesting appearance to me here, and also the 6 horse, I thought, just a really big-bodied type with a really nice shoulder, so a good 6-to-1 price if you're looking for some value. Talk about the 4 horse first at 4-to-1. This one for Mark Casse and Florent Giroux, that is Candace O. They haven't had this filly for too long. In fact, they picked her up just at that Turfway Park race. She was previously trained by Graham Motion, but she finished 6th that day, just beaten by 4 legs. She does get the services of Florent Giroux, a top jockey here in the U.S., before he makes his trip to Del Mar there for the summer. But Candace O certainly looked good in the paddock. To me, the 10 horse, and that one is Final Bell. This one for Bill Mott. Really athletic looking filly. She's a daughter of Uncle Mo. She kind of has that long body type to me. She looks like she would suit a turf route race. She certainly has a nice scopy look to her and a little bit of a longer back. So I think the more distance, the better. And that obviously seems to be the case, at least from what the barn has thought. They started her off at a mile and she's gone up to a mile and an eighth. So it certainly seems like routing is her game. And I think against this field of horses, she should certainly be competitive. She's had some strong races at Gulfstream Park. She also had a really good effort at Keeneland, and last time out at Churchill Downs just faltered in a tough allowance race as the favorite. But Lady Rockstar was in there. The eventual winner would come back to win her next start, so it did end up being quite a bit of a salty field. Now the 12 horse, that's Printer's Row, this one for Cherie DeVoe. This horse, I thought, a really athletic look to her. In her previous races, she's one that saves a lot of ground and then makes a late run at the final stages of the race, but she's only had that one turf try last time out at Churchill Downs. Prior to that, they tried to get her on the turf at Keeneland, but it was rained off and ended up being on a sloppy track. So I drew a line through that second to last race right there where she finished 5th, beaten by many, many lengths. But prior to that, she was racing at Turfway over the synthetic. That's where she broke her maiden. I think that synthetic form certainly going to transfer over well here, and she looks well suited for a race like this. And right now, a pretty good price as well. The 12 horse at 8-to-1 certainly makes it onto the top selections for Jimmy McNerney, which you can see right there on your screen. Other horse to talk about includes the 2, and that is Chillon for Cherie DeVoe as well. Brian Hernandez Jr. gets them out. This horse is going to run second start back off a bit of a layoff, but it seems like she is one that has put it together recently. She actually broke her maiden last time at Indiana. Granted, it was on the dirt course. She switches back over to the turf here, but I love the fact that she's been able to have some really good performances on the dual surfaces, both at Fairgrounds on the turf, where she finished a good second as the favorite, and then last time in a race that was taken off of the turf on the fast main track, where she won with Deshaun Parker in the irons as the favorite. Now she will get rider change to Brian Hernandez here today, but she certainly looks one that's going to be on or near the lead, as she likes to have that kind of stalking position. Cherie DeVoe with horses that run in their second start off of a 45 to 180 day layoff win a nice 27%. So a really good barn for that one. Now, I mentioned the 6 horse as well, a really big-bodied horse who I did not originally pick, but this one for Shug McGahee, Joe Talamo aboard. She's a daughter of Blame, and she just has a huge shoulder to her. She's a really, really big-bodied type of a filly, probably one that the longer that needed time to grow into herself, and I think here in her 4-year-old year, she certainly looks like she could be a bit more competitive. She had some races last year. In fact, she ended up breaking her maiden at Turfway Park, again over that synthetic track, which oftentimes lends itself well to turf races like this. She's going to run second start off the layoff here. She had a race at Churchill Downs over the grass where she finished 6th, but I certainly think she looks fit and ready to go, and she's taken a lot of action, 20-1 in the morning line, and now 7-1 here with the live odds. 1 horse, Robin Fantasy. I thought this horse was really well muscled. She's a daughter of Flintshire, so she's got a lot of good turf breeding right there. James Kelly, pardon me, the trainer of this one, and Rafael Bejarano gets them out after this horse won last time with Florent Giroux. Draws the rail here today for the turf mile and seems to be one that likes to save ground and come running late. Horse is headed out to the track for race number 6, just 3 minutes to go.
The horses up on the track for race number 6 from Ellis Park. Race number 6, an allowance event for the fillies and mares, which have not won a race other than, again, to go a mile on the firm turf, the turf rail set to 0. In this race, you're reminded number 8, More Romance, has been scratched. Number 8, More Romance, out. And the 13, Cuzzy Wuzzy, is in. Win, play, show, exact, try, super daily double starts at the final pick 3 in just a few minutes. Good luck. In race 6 at Ellis Park, up next is a couple of minutes to post here. Race 6, we'll go a mile on a firm turf. It starts your final pick 3. Good luck. The horses crossing on over to the turf course here for race 6 at Ellis Park. These are allowance fillies and mares. First level allowance race to go a mile on the turf. Field of 12 set to go here. Full gate as they start to load here under starter Scott Jordan's orders. Duplicitous coming up. Caleb Hayes leading in Keone. Red Hot Mama moving in, as is Laying Low Making Dough. Anthony taking up Final Bell. Candace O moving in. Champagne Sister and Hat Tip the next two. Mr. George leading in Berate in the Claiborne Silks. Now, Printer's Row and Deshaun Parker coming up. We'll load in second last. One out, waiting on Cuzzy Wuzzy. Cuzzy Wuzzy to the outside, drawn in off the also 41-1, loading into the far outside. Field for race 6 at Ellis Park at the post. And they are racing. Duplicitous caught a flyer, was quick into stride. Candace O being let go to take early lead now. Robbins Fantasy throwing her head about. She's third, but they're about 6 across the course to the outside of her as they take on the first turn. Where the leader, Candace O, is dictating terms, shows the way by a link. Duplicitous is second. Up to the outside, Cuzzy Wuzzy third. Robbins Fantasy rides the rail from fourth. Champagne Sister fifth early. A length in front of Keone, who settles along mid-flight. Shaded up to the outside by Hat Tip and Printer's Row as they straight for the backstretch run. Red Hot Mama and Final Bell are the next two. Claiborne's Berate is second last, and Laying Low, Make 'em Dough will have to pass them all 5 furlongs to go. 24 and 3/5 seconds of time for the opening quarter. Up top, Candace O in hand, in command, shows the way from Cuzzy Wuzzy, the long shot, who made that early move up to challenge her from second with a half mile to go. 2 lengths for the back. Robbins Fantasy is third. Duplicitous is fourth, and behind a half mile, 47 and 4. Then a length and a half further back now, on the move. Hat Tip starts to close in. Riding the rail is Keone. She needs a clean place to go. And a Printer's Row is next as they continue to race around the turn. Just outside a quarter to go. And up top, still chasing Candace O, who's paving the path. And Candace O still in front by a length and a half. Robbins Fantasy needs a clean racetrack. She has nowhere to go. Top of the home stretch. And whip is out on Candace O. She's still there from last. How about Laying Low, Making Dough is flying. She's raced up into second. Duplicitous is third, way out wide. Here comes Berate to inside the final 16th. Candace O needs the line. Laying Low, Making Dough is going to need more ground. Candace O drifts out of touch and wins it under wraps by about a length and a half. Laying Low, Making Dough had to put the brakes on in the final stages. Then it was a triple horse photo for the Miners in 134 and 4. Candace O from Flag Fall to That's All.
Race number 6 here at Ellis Park, and your unofficial winner, the 4 Candace O, the Run Happy replay on the screen right now for you. And as the horses break from the gate, you see the 7 was the fastest of them all, but Candace O pretty quick into stride under the urging of Florent Giroux, is able to get out in front by the time they hit that turn, and it certainly worked out. This horse, fastest of them all, the 4-year-old daughter of Declaration of War, really put it together in the final stages. And, you know, as much as she was out in front, you did have a couple of horses running late, but it was an excellently timed ride by Florent. Up on the outside, that 6 horse that I mentioned went from 20-1 to taking a lot of action involved in that placings photo. So plenty of horses there in the finish, but none ahead of the 4. Candace O, your winner for Mark Cassidy and Florent Giroux unofficially.
Unofficial winner has been posted. Number 4, Candace O. Unofficially goes gate to wire. There was a photograph for second. Again, 4 and a photograph. The photo sign comes down, unofficially finishing second. Number 9, Laying Low, Making Dough. Third, number 6, Berate. And finishing fourth was the 10 final bell. 4, 9, 6, 10. 4, 9, 6, 10. And these results are unofficial. Once again, 4, 9, 6, 10. Looks like there's objection into the running of this race, and it concerns your top 2 finishers. Stand by, I'll get more information on that. There's an objection into this race. The rider aboard number 9, Laying Low, Making Dough, Corey Lannery, has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial winner number 4, Candace O, alleging interference in the stretch. The stewards have reviewed the videotape and have come to a decision there will be no action taken. The claim of foul has been disallowed. Again, there was a claim of foul, jockey in the 9 against the 4, second place against first place. Stewards have disallowed the claim of foul, no action taken. Now, Allen giving a leg back up to Flo, who's now back aboard the pace-setting wire-to-wire winner. She's number 4, Candace O, a 4-year-old bay daughter by declaration of war. Out of the Spitestown mare named The Voodoo That You Do, owned by the DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green in partnership with Jonathan Green, Mark Cassie Trains, and Florent Giroux, the winning jockey. Candace O, gate to wire here to pick up her second lifetime victory. She covered the mile on firm turf in a flashy time of 1:34 and change. Candace O, 5-2, comes back $764.64. The Dime Super, 49610, $156.66. Dollar Trifecta, $394.90. The 50-cent try, $197.45. $1 exacta, $45.60. The double, $14.50. Pick 3, $55.60. 2 races left here at Ellis Park. Up next, race number 7, sponsored by Field and Main Bank. Race 7, couple of changes here in the Field and Main Bank race of the day in 21 minutes. Number 5, Cyril's Boy, has a weight correction. Cyril's Boy will carry 117 pounds, and jockey on the 7, Aggressivity, make the rider Francisco Arieta. Race 7 up next. Start your final double. Good luck.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Race number 7 here at Ellis Park, just 8 minutes away, and we do have a 6-furlong sprint race on the dirt. A nice field of mostly older geldings assembled here, plenty of good experience. My top selections, I went to the 4, 2, and the 1. And as you can see, the 4 right now at 7-2, I think some really good value. This is a horse that, just watching him walk around in the paddock, getting saddled, he seemed to keep his cool about him despite the hot weather here today. Is also one that seemed to have a really balanced body type, and I love that over this 6-furlong distance. It certainly looks like he's got enough power from behind to really get him going, and one that I think should be able to do pretty well here against this field. The 4-horse right there, as you can see, also made it onto the selections for Jimmy McNerney, as he's got this one picked in his 3rd slot. But I do certainly think that the ride of a lifetime, trained by Brett Calhoun with Gabe Saez aboard, this one previously trained with Ignacio Correas back in May of this year, has had a start with Brett Calhoun before, finished 5th, just beaten by 4 lengths. And that was at Churchill Downs in a race that had a lot of early speed to it. This is a horse that tends to like to be on the front end, or at least close to it. So with that competition early on, I just think it might have been too salty for him, and hopefully the fractions in this field will be a little bit more to his liking. The 2-horse Violent City, this one for Ian Wilkes and Chris Landeros, I thought very well turned out as he came into the paddock. Another horse who I think in his best running has had a lot of speed. I think when he's on or near the lead, he certainly does better. Last couple of races, he doesn't seem to have had his feet underneath him as much. I'm hoping Chris Landeros can give him a bit more of an aggressive ride here and really get him into the race, because he does seem to be certainly a talented son of violence. At this distance, he is 2 for 3 lifetime. No starts here at Ellis Park, but this certainly seems like a good distance for him to run here today. The 1-horse Derby Date. This horse has improved every race since they claimed him. This one for Trapano Carreras, with Chris Amy aboard, finished 3rd last time, beaten by 2 lengths. That was over at Hawthorne, over 6.5 furlongs. So the 6 furlongs here at Ellis Park certainly seems like one that could be good for him. He's had some starts here locally, 3 in fact, 2 of those resulting in a win and a 2nd place effort as well. Jockey's getting a leg up, and horses are headed out to the track for race number 7 here at Ellis Park.
The horses up on the track for race number 7 here at Ellis Park. Optional claimant allowance, 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races other than or never won 3, or to be entered for a claiming tag $40,000. 6 furlongs is the distance here in race number 7. A reminder, the 5 will carry 117 pounds. And number 7, Aggressivity, change of jockey to Francisco Arrieta. Race 7, win, play, show, exact to try Super Daily Double, post time in just 4 minutes. Loading in for race 7 here at Ellis Park. Sponsored by Boondocks. Now, even money on Hear My Song for the Stinson Barn. Aggressivity. Up to the outside will complete the load. They're at the post. And they are racing sluggish beginning for Violent City. Quick one for Edgemont Row, who's sending on out. We'll have company. The ride of a lifetime will press from the inside. Derby Date down to the inside, sequestered from third, covered up right to that one's outside by Hear My Song. As they head up the backside, just outside 4.5 furlongs to go. They bunch up from about 3.5 lengths from top to bottom as they pass the half-mile pole, where the ride of a lifetime leads the way. But right up to the outside here, My Song applies the heat in second. From between horses, now it is Cyril's Boy as they took the quarter, 22 and 3/5 seconds, just about 5/16 to go. Edgemont Road comes to tackle the ride of a lifetime. These two square off outside the quarter-mile pole now. 4 across the course as they run to the top of the stretch. Edgemont Road will whip them in. Clear sailing for Hear My Song, who's coming at him to the outside, up the inside. The ride of a lifetime still fighting on. Here comes Hear My Song for the Stinson Barn, up to tackle Edgemont Road, who's fighting with a 60 to go. Edgemont Road digging down deep. Hear My Song trying to press past. Hear My Song, Edgemont Road, and a head bobber. Head bobbing photo finish. Hear My Song to the outside was the gray. Edgemont Road, the chestnut to the inside. Whiskers apart in, how about 108 and 3.
Race number 7 at Ellis Park as we get the Run Happy replay as the horses make their way back to the winner's circle. You can see the start here. The unofficial order of finish 6, 3, 4, and 7. Looks like a clean break from the gate for most. And of course, want to keep our eye on the 6 horse as we get to the home stretch take. A bit of a dueling finish between the top 2 contenders. As you can see, the 6 horse on the inside with a nice long stride, and the 3 battling on the inside. The 4 doing some good running on towards the rail as well. But as they get down to the wire, got a bit close there, photo for the finish, but it looks like the 6 getting the bob. A nice price at 12 to 1.
Unofficial winner number 6, Edgemont Road. Second, number 3, Hear My Song. Third, number 4, The Ride of a Lifetime. Fourth goes 7, Aggressivity. In the winner's circle, number 6, Edgemont Road. Edgemont Road, a 6-year-old chestnut gelded son by Speightstown out of the Scat Daddy mare named Sway This Away. The winner owned by William Warner and Team V of will be Van Meter. The winning trainer, Sarah Hamilton. The winning jockey, Decky Cannon. Number 6, Edgemont Road picks up the 6th lifetime victory. Second of those here at the Pea Patch and covered the 6 panels in a flashy time of 108.75 seconds. Upset winner, Edgemont Road. At 12-1, comes back 26, 80, 9.40, and $5. Dime Super, $114.41. The winning exacta 6-3, $48.20. The trifecta 6-3-4, $215 for a buck. The rolling daily double was 104.90. The pick 3, 158.40. Up next, race number 8, the 8th and final in 21 minutes, a mile on a firm turf. And race number 8, you're reminded, scratch number 3, Little Gia. Number 3, Little Gia has been scratched. There's a jockey change on the 9, Very Wealthy, to Declan Cannon. Also, late unpublished work. If you weren't with us earlier, the late unpublished work for number 9, Very Wealthy, worked out July 1st at the Thoroughbred Training Center on Paris Pike in Lexington, Kentucky. Half mile, 48.3 breezing. Race 8, firm turf. To take out the show here, made in fillies and mares to go a mile in 21 minutes. Good luck. Beginning for Violent City. Quick one for Edgemont Road, who's sending on out. We'll have company. The ride of a lifetime will press from the inside. Derby date down to the inside, sequestered from third, covered up right to that one's outside by Hear My Song. As they head up the backside, just outside 4.5 furlongs to go. They bunch up from about 3.5 lengths from top to bottom as they pass the half-mile pole, where the ride of a lifetime leads the way. But right up to the outside, Hear My Song applies the heat in second. From between horses, now it is Cyril's Boy as they took the quarter, 22 and 3/5 seconds, just about 5/16 to go. Edgemont Road comes to tackle the ride of a lifetime. These two square off outside the quarter-mile pole now. 4 across the course as they run to the top of the stretch. Edgemont Road will whip them in. Clear sailing for Hear My Song, who's coming at him to the outside, up the inside. The ride of a lifetime still fighting on. Here comes Hear My Song for the Stinson Barn, up to tackle Edgemont Road, who's fighting with a 60 to go. Edgemont Road digging down deep. Hear My Song trying to press past. Hear My Song, Edgemont Road, and a head bobber. Head bobbing photo finish. Hear My Song to the outside was the gray. Edgemont Road, the chestnut, to the inside. Whiskers apart in, how about 108 and 3. One claim to report out of the 7th race, number 7, Aggressivity, was claimed for $40,000 by owner David Miller, the new trainer Jason Cook.
Race to Twin Spires and register with code GET200 to start earning your new player bonus of up to $200. Watch and bet on some of the world's best racing and check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race to Twin Spires and register with code GET200 to start earning your new player bonus of up to $200. Watch and bet on some of the world's best racing and check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Final race of the day here at Ellis Park, race number 8, just 7 minutes away as we head to the turf. 1 mile of the distance is what has been a fabulous opening day for the 100th year meet here at Ellis Park. Top selections for me for these horses seeking their first win. I went with the 6, 2, and the 5 when I was handicapping, but I will say the 2 has continued to impress me as I've been watching that one being saddled and walking around here. Just a very, very good looking, strong body type. First-time starter for trainer Cherie DeVoe. Certainly seems to be one to watch, and one that flashed some early speed as well. As a 2-year-old, they purchased this one for, I believe, over $200,000, and a horse who certainly looked to be precocious from the beginning, and I think has continued to just gain foundation as they've had plenty of good works in her. She's a daughter of Ghost Zapper, and again, just a horse that looks like she's pretty well balanced. She's got a beautiful shoulder on her, a nice hindquarters as well, which she'll certainly need for the mile distance here at Ellis Park. Brian Hernandez will be aboard for the ride, and she's got some royal breeding from her as well. Her dam was multiple graded stakes place, including second in the Grade 2 Pocahontas and the Grade 2 Goldenrod, both at Churchill Downs, and has already had some proven winners before. So Ghost Bayou, certainly impressive here. The 6 horse I liked as well, Overcooked, making the 3rd start for Bill Mott. I thought she looked very racy, very fit, daughter of Into Mischief. And the 5 horse, Sinadora, this one for Brendan Walsh, a half to Proctor's Ledge, who actually won the Churchill Distaff on the turf at Churchill Downs, the Turf Mile, and Lake Placid at Saratoga. So certainly some good turf breeding for that filly as well. And 9-2 on the morning line right now, 7-1. Good luck.
Air conditioning.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I told him.
The horses on the track for the 8th and final from Ellis Park, race number 8, sponsored by Run Happy on the track. These are maiden fillies and mares, special weight for a purse of $50,000 to race a mile on the firm turf. Number 3, Little Gia, has been scratched. Scratched to 3. Jockey changing the 9 to Declan Cannon. Win, play, show, exact a try, and super perfecta wagering. Post time for the 8th in 4 minutes. The field crossing on over to the turf course for the get-out race, the 8th and final. The race sponsored by Run Happy Maiden Girls. To go a mile on this firm turf, 9-5 on Ghost Bayou for Cherie DeVoe. Daughter of Ghost Zapper out of a City Zip mare on debut here, taking all the support. Leah Esri in. Here's Ghost Bayou. Will come up. Lady Pele. Going in at 3.5 to 1 with Rafael Bejarano from the Blair Barn. Red B for Donovan and Cundiff coming up. There's the gray Love Perfection moving forward. Apprentice Rene Diaz looking for his 3rd victory on this opening day card here. Ellis Park celebrating 100 years here at the P-Patch. Love Perfection for Nixon and Karamori into line. Sanadora and Vincent Chaminade into line. Very Wealthy's locked up with Decky Cannon looking for his 2nd on the card. Rosalita to the outside for Bill Harrigan. Here's the start from Scott Jordan. They're at the post. And race 8 sponsored by Run Happy underway. Red B was put in tight shortly after the start, and she is a long way last. But up top, it's Ghost Bayou on debut, flashing speed. Down on the inside, Aaliyah Esri. She's away in good order, now advances underneath the favorite. Love Perfection, the gray into clear. The daughter of Cupid now makes it a 3-wide 3rd. Sinadora will track that trail from 4th, about 2.5 off the pace. Red B now racing headstrong to the inside of Overcooked, Very Wealthy as they turn up the backside. Lady Pele is last of them all. They head up the backside, and the leader, tearaway leader now, Love Perfection, and the Bug Boy Could Wait No More has opened up a 4-length lead with 4.5 furlongs to go. Racing along in the 2nd position, Aaliyah Esri has deferred. She'll track from 2nd. Up on the outside, Rosalita 3rd. Shuffle back the favorite, Ghost Bayou. She races in a joint 4th placing with Sinador as they take on the far turn. Love Perfection, the lead has evaporated. She's going backwards as Aaliyah Esri just went by her, as did Rosalita, most of the field, in fact. Sinador is 3rd as they race around the turn. Just outside a 1/4 mile to go. And the leader is Aaliyah Esri, and Gabe Zayas shows the way with a 1/4 to go. Has bumped the lead to 2.5 lengths. Rosalita is 2nd. Up the inside, Sinador is gaining ground from 3rd, top of the home stretch. And the daughter of Daredevil is loose and driving with a furlong to go. She's on a 4-length lead. It's Aaliyah Esri, and she's widening with each and every stride. Sinador is up into 2nd. Late on the scene, Lady Pele kicked in little too late. The winner has flown 11 to 1 to close out the show. Aaliyah Esri home in front. Sanadora was 2nd, Lady Pele 3rd, Rosalita was 4th.
And the 1 horse, Aaliyah Esri for Jimmy DeVito, as he gets another one here. We're looking at the Run Happy replay. And a tough start there. I think it was the 8 horse who got left behind. Looked a little uncomfortable with some tail swishing before that one caught up with the rest of the field. But the 4 horse would be the one, Love Perfection, to try to take them wire to wire, as that horse got out pretty quickly as we saw them come around the turn. By the time they got to the home stretch, it was all about Aaliyah Esri. This 3-year-old filly, daughter of Daredevil, is able to get her first career victory over the turf here at Ellis Park over the mile distance. She certainly seemed to take the transfer to grass very, very well. In fact, she was tough to pull up after the wires, so she had plenty left in the tank. Congratulations to those connections, Double Down Stables, the owners, and this one bred by Joe McSorley. Race number 8 at Ellis Park. Your unofficial results right there on the screen to conclude our day.
Judges posting your top 4 finishers. Winner number 1, Aaliyah Esri at odds of 11-1. Your race winner. Second, number 5, Sinadora at 9-2 was second. Third, number 7, Lady Pele at 3-1 third. And fourth, number 10, Rosalita at 9-1, finishing fourth. 1, 5, 7, 10. Entering the winner's circle, number 1, Aaliyah Esri. She's a 3-year-old bait daughter by Daredevil out of the Mine Shaft mare named Mind Over Matter. The winner is owned by Double Down Stables of Richard Templer, trained by Jimmy DeVito, ridden to victory by Gabe Saez. That's 2 wins on the card for Double Down Stables and Jimmy DeVito. Moyes is up in the winner's circle, the assistant for DeVito here, as the winner breaks maiden in start number 4 and covered the mile on firm turf in 1:34 and 4. 11-1 winner. Comes back 24-20. 10.60 and 5.40 to show. Exacta 1 and 5 for $60.30. The winning trifecta 157. Will be up shortly. Pick 4, $1,463.65. Pick 5, $13,291.65. Pays on 4 of 5 as well. Now the 50-cent try, there it is, $146.80. Late double, $140.50. Final pick 3 on the card, $351.25. Once again, the pick 5 was hit to a tune of $13,000 in change. Again, we do pay on 4 of 5 consoles here. Each of those 4 of 5s, $123 and a nickel. Dime Super 207.25. That wraps it up for opening day 2022, celebrating our 100th season here at Ellis Park. We appreciate all of you coming on out. You're invited to stick around. The fun doesn't stop here. The air-conditioned clubhouse is open with the HHR machines in there in action and simulcast action from throughout the country. Live racing back at you. 9 races tomorrow on the card with a stakes event. We'll see you then. And race 8, sponsored by Run Happy, underway. Red Bee was put in tight shortly after the start, and she is a long way last. But up top, it's Ghost Bayou on debut, flashing speed. Down on the inside, Aaliyah Esri. She's away in good order, now advances underneath the favorite. Love Perfection, the gray into clear. The daughter of Cupid now makes it a 3-wide third. Sinadora will track that trail from fourth, about 2.5 off the pace. Red Bee now racing headstrong to the inside of Overcooked, very wealthy as they turn up the backside. Lady Pele is last of them all. They head up the backside, and the leader, tearaway leader now, Love Perfection, and the Bug Boy Could Wait No More has opened up a 4-length lead with 4.5 furlongs to go. Racing along in the second position, Aaliyah Esri has deferred. She'll track from second. Up on the outside, Rosalita third. Shuffle back the favorite, Ghost Bayou. She races in a joint fourth placing with Sinadora as they take on the far turn. Love Perfection, the lead has evaporated. She's going backwards as Aaliyah Esri just went by her, as did Rosalita and most of the field, in fact. Sinadora's third as they race around the turn. Just outside a quarter mile to go. And the leader is Aaliyah Esri, and Gabe Zayas shows way with a quarter to go, has bumped the lead to 2.5 lengths. Rosalita is second. Up the inside, Sinador is gaining ground from third, top of the home stretch. And the daughter of Daredevil is loose and driving with a furlong to go. She's on a 4-length lead. It's Aaliyah Ezra, and she's widening with each and every stride. Sinador is up into second. Late on the scene, Lady Pele kicked in little too late. The winner has flown 11-1 to close out the show. Aaliyah Ezra home in front. Sinador was second, Lady Pele third, Rosalita was fourth.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.